Calgary, Alberta, the home of the 1988 Winter Olympics, and for the first time in a quarter of a century, the host to the World Speed Skating Single Distance Championships. Hi everybody, Gavin Day here for another day of action in World Cup, or the best of the world of speed skating. There's a look at the Calgary Olympic Oval on the campus of the University of Calgary. A look at our schedule today. It's mass start heavy. Mass start semis and finals, as well as the 1,000 meters. Racing getting underway in just a few minutes. Plenty of people filing into and out of the oval today. It is on the campus of the university, and it's part of the athletics complex of the university, so there's also people going to the gym, people working out. But there's a look inside the Calgary Olympic Oval. It may not be home of the fastest ice in the world these days. That's really falling firmly in the camp of Salt Lake City, but it is still pretty quick. There was a world record on day one set by Canada in the men's team sprint. American Jordan Stolz, in his first World Championship medal yesterday, was just 0.08 of a second off the world record in the men's 500 meters, and he is racing today in the men's 1,000. That is where he set the world record a couple weeks ago in Salt Lake City, and of course we all be wondering, can he do it again? But first, we're going to get into the mass start races, and we'll be back with you in just a few minutes for the first of the semifinals. Now, if you've been with us all season through the World Cup season, you would have known that we just tend to have an A final and a B final, and we show you the A finals. At the World Championships, though, it's a bit different. Semi-finals, as you can see. So the medal races are later on in the program to conclude the day's action. But just to get there, racers will have to qualify first. It is the top 8 from each race moving on to the final. And what's different about this one in particular is that some teammates are split up as well, and so team tactics won't really apply so much in this one. There is a look at the women's start list. Valerie Malte, the World Cup overall winner. Mia Manganello, Sandrine Tass, Caitlin McGregor, Michelle Udig of Germany, Marijke Groenewold of the Netherlands, Olga Piotrowski of Poland, all the way down to Laura Paveri. Interesting to see her added to this race, the 22-year-old Italian who finished right up at the top of the Mass Start World Cup standings last season, but was racing with the Neo Seniors at the Junior World Cups. There's a look at Malte. They will call all of the athletes to the line, and I will be with you to guide you through the races.
Switzerland, Caitlin McGregor. Wearing helmet cover number 5 from Germany, Misha Urig. And wearing number 6 from the Netherlands, Marika Honewold. And rounding out the rest of this semifinal number 1, from Poland, Olga Pieczarski. From Japan, Sumira Kikuchi. From China, Yang Bingyu. From the Czech Republic, Lucy Korvasova. From Norway, Sofia Caroline Haugen. And from Italy, Laura Poveri.
It's going to be an interesting difference to a normal World Cup mass start race because those intermediate sprint points every few laps do suddenly become that much more important. If you're deciding the top 8, you're not just skating for the medals, you're skating to get into that medal race. And so if you pick up an intermediate sprint point or two along the way, that will certainly help get you into the top 8. So lots to watch for in these semifinals. It is Malte leading things around right now, the overall World Cup winner. No real team tactics at play either. It's something we've started to see more these days, where one of the skaters sort of works a bit as a domestique, if you know your road cycling, where they chase down the breakaways, make sure they're not, nobody gets too far away, and essentially sort of breaks the air so their teammate can have a bit of a slipstream. That is thrown completely out the window for these semifinal races. And it's Malte rapidly moving off, saying, no thank you, I don't want to be at the front anymore. The sprint points do start coming up pretty quickly. And it's Mia Manganello, the American, 3 medals in this event on World Cup. All of them bronze in Poland, Norway, and Japan. I was talking about Laura Peveri. She finished in 3rd in the Mass Start World Cup standings last season, but was skating down with the Neo Seniors at the Junior World Cup level this year, winning and winning and winning and winning again, not just in the Mass Start, but all over the place. 3,000 meters, 1,500 meters, so one to watch for this. Peveri right there at the front, the bell for the first sprint point. It's Marika Honewold. Won gold in Beijing at the World Cup this year. She is also the European champion. Not one to shy away from going on the attack. And it's Honewold and Peveri right now, and it's Peveri making a move up the inside, trying to get the first sprint point. Honewold is also there. I believe that's Michelle Udig also there. And it is Peveri. We will get maximum points there. Just wait confirmation. There it is. Peveri, Udig, and Honewold. 3, 2, and 1 respectively. The big points are obviously on the line, but there is that much more urgency in these sprint points to get into the top 8. And when they're standing up like that, there is not a lot of hustle in those legs at the moment, waiting for someone to go on the attack, or settling in and just leaving it to each sprint point individually. Now here is an attack coming. It is Sophie Carolina Haugen of Norway, the 28-year-old, launching the attack. And that is Udig following her. Udig, who won bronze in the last World Cup stop in Quebec City. It was a bit of an unusual podium, one we hadn't seen before. It was Sandrine Tass of Belgium winning gold. Udig won bronze, and Ramona Hardy of Switzerland won the silver medal. As we approach the next bell, there is Tass moving on to the front, 5th overall in the World Cup standings. And she is leading things down the backstretch right now. Malte is there, the Canadian. Udig is there once again, and it's Valerie Malte leading things around. Caitlin McGregor of Switzerland also there, I believe in 4th right now, and it's Malte who's going to get top points. Tass, and then McGregor. McGregor certainly would imagine with plenty of family in attendance. Born in Zurich, but to Canadian family. Still has family that she regularly visits over there as well. Over here. And now we wait again, and a little more urgency coming. It's Haugen trying to launch an attack. And the field is strung out, but they were hardly surprised by the attack, so she didn't get much ground. When you launch these attacks, you almost want to surprise the field and get a good chunk of distance before they even realize what's going on. That's not what happened this time. They're almost just letting Haugen drift off the front and tire herself out. We'll see if she starts to pick things up. Now they're kind of letting the elastic go a little bit. Is Haugen just going to try to snap it? Piotrowska monitoring things from the front. Of course, the field has that advantage of being able to take pulls and settle into each other's drafts. Haugen casting a lonely figure, and they've let her go. She has almost 100 meters. And now they start to pick things up. It's McGregor and Tass picking up the pursuit. But Haugen may have done just enough already to get maximum points. We'll see what is left in the legs. When the fatigue hits, it will hit all of a sudden. And the lights will go out. She still has enough right now to come around and get the 3 points. It's going to be a race for second now. 4 skaters across, and it's going to be Malte just ahead of Manganello. And Haugen, after winning the sprint, decides discretion is the better part of valor, slows things up. The 3 points may be enough to get her into the final. She may just want to settle in, conserve the energy that she can. It's a very rare instance where there is a second race for mass start for the medals. Haugen's saying, no, I don't want to lead anymore. Somebody else go. This is all going to come down to a bunch sprint unless someone decides to pick up the charge. A lot of looking around at the moment. Groenwoud at the front of one side. 2 trains going. Haugen, Malte, and Manganello leading one side there. Groenwoud and Yang Bin Yu on the other, the 21-year-old from China. Haugen does not want to be there. She wants to get into a draft. She wants to chase. And she gets her wish, but she is very far back right now. Coming up to the pointy end of this one. I don't know what's left in the tank for Haugen. She might be hoping that 3 points is enough to move her on. Malte leading things around. Now comes the decisive moment. Manganello is with her. Yang Binyu of China working her way up into second, right behind Malte. Now comes the bell. Malte, the former short tracker, has no problem skating amongst other skaters in long track. It is still Valerie Malte. Marijke Groenewold also there. She moves into the lead. Yang Binyu in second. Manganello in third. And it is still Marijke Groenewold leaving things to the line. Without question here, Marijke Groenewold will win this semi. It looks like Manganello gets up for second. And Yang Binyu into third. And now we'll see how the results play out. Who finishes in the top 8? There you have it. Groenewold, Manganello, and Yang, 1, 2, 3. Kikuchi, Piveri, Malte, Haugen, and Udig. Top 6. Moving on. I may have said top 8 moving on. Pardon me, it's top 6. Guaranteeing themselves a spot. Now moving right along. Confirmation of the results. Groenewold, Manganello, Yang, Kikuchi, Peveri, and Malte, 1 through 6. All the work for Haugen is for naught, finishing just outside the top 6. Look at Marijke Groenewold. Her face was all business right before. Now she lets the smile come out a little bit. Happy to do the work. Semi-final number 2 coming up momentarily. Favorites in this one, likely Yvonne Blondin and Irene Schouten. Schouten, of course, won the 3,000 meter world championships on night 1. A look at the start list. Yvonne Blondin, Schouten, Ramona Hardy, Magdalena Chischon, Zuzana Kursova, Park Ji-woo, Jing Wen-jin, Georgia Birkeland, Laura Lorenzato, Josephine Heimerl, Yuka Takahashi, and Fran Van Hoot. You see behind there, Canadian Speed Skating Hall of Famers, their banners hanging from the rafters. Before the day started here in Calgary, another few skaters were honored. The 2010 Olympic gold medal winning men's team pursuit team. That was Lucas Makowski, Mathieu Giroux, and Denny Morrison. They had their moment with the crowd, had their banner raised. Pretty elite company hanging up there at the Calgary Olympic Oval. Odds are the top 2 picks for this race, Blondin and Schouten. Blondin, 2 gold medals, 2 silver medals on World Cup this season. Schouten skipped the first one in Obihito, but then also has 2 golds and a silver.
A mass start is an individual race, 16 laps with 3 sprint laps and 1 pace lap. The skill for these skaters is a combination of using their short track and their long track and their
And once again, the skaters will be called to the line, and then I will take over once the gun goes off.
It's all for the marbles, and they're not so nice to each other when they're out there. I mean, they go for broke. And in this grouping, you see 2 champions in this group, including Ronan and Adam Scott. Over to you, Leo.
Wearing helmet cover number 16 from Canada, Ivani Blondet. Wearing number 17 from the Netherlands, Irena Hung. Wearing helmet cover number 18 from Switzerland, Ramona Harvey. Wearing number 19 from Poland, Magdalena Szyszoń. Wearing number 20 from the Czech Republic, Zuzana Kursova. Wearing number 21 from Korea, Park Ji-woo. And rounding out the rest of the field from China, Jin Wenqing. From the USA, Georgia Berkland. From Italy, Laura Lorenzato. From Germany, Josephine Hanarau. From Japan, Yuka Takahashi. And from Belgium, Fran van Hout.
And off for the first pace lap. It's interesting to note, there's one World Cup medalist who was not here. Now, she's not competed in most of the World Cups, but when Irene Schouten skipped the first World Cup stop in Obihito, Japan, Esther Kiel, her teammate, stepped in for her and won a silver medal. And that was the only time she skated on mass start this season. But just looking at, there's the 2nd place finisher in the World Cup standings, Ivani Blondet, on the front right now, the 33-year-old. As I mentioned, 2 gold medals on World Cup this season, 2 silver, and she finished 2nd largely due to a race in Stavanger in Norway, which was won by Schouten. Manganello and Malte also finished on the podium. What happened is that a couple skaters lapped the entire field. Malte was among those skaters getting lapped, and when you get lapped, it was a disqualification, so no World Cup points were collected. There's a lot of studying of the video board afterwards to see who just got lapped, and it was sort of an interesting process to see what happened. And so Malte did not win a single gold medal on World Cup this season, but she was just very consistent and picked up points in every race. So, of course, Blondet did manage to pick up a couple of gold medals, 4 medals in all on World Cup, and would like to cap off another strong mass start season with a gold medal on home ice. Is Magdalena Szyszoń, the 28-year-old skater from Poland, leading things out. One lap for the first sprint point. It's Chishchon, Hardy, and Schouten ahead of Malte as well. Zuzana Kursova of the Czech Republic also in fifth, although I believe now they are going by Czechia, and we'll stick with that for the weekend. And this one is quite a dash to the finish, 4 wide. It is Schouten and Malte, and it's Schouten, Malte, and I believe, let's just wait and see, I think it was Hardy. Yes, it was. And let's see if the wind remains in the sails or if things get sort of step back to a more pedestrian pace, just targeting those sprint points individually. It looks like they're not going to let any breakaways go away. Just tactically, it's different from the World Cup season where it's one race for a medal. This time the sprint points could mean the difference between qualifying and not. And so just saving things up for the sprint points, it appears. Is Zuzana Kursova, 20-year-old, leading things around. It's going to be, there will come a day when Martina Sablikova steps aside. I hope it's not anytime soon, but when it does, it'll be up to the young skaters like Zuzana Kursova to take over that Czech program. Laura Lorenzato is in for Italy today, the 25-year-old, in the instantly recognizable Azzurri kit. There is no Francesca Lollobrigida. And it is still Kursova, Lorenzato, Fran van Hout of Belgium, another young skater, 20 years old, sitting in third at the moment. And it is Lorenzato and van Hout. Here comes Ivany Blondet. Snap up a couple more points, and it's Lorenzato taking maximum points at sprint point number 2, then Blondet, and then Jing Wen-jin of China. Confirmation. Ivany Blondet, defending world champions, silver medalist, in between two Dutch skaters. Irina Schouten, bronze a year ago in head and vein, and it was Groenwoud winning gold on home ice. A lot of jostling for position. Those skaters just letting each other know that they're there, don't want any catastrophes. And it's Blondet really winding this one down. Who is going to try something. Still Blondet and Schouten and Lorenzato. But here is Fran van Hout leading things out. Schouten instantly recognizes the danger and jumps over. The two skaters from the Low Countries, 1 and 2 at the moment. And it is Van Hout leading things around. Schouten right behind her. They have a bit of a gap in this sprint point. It's Van Hout and Schouten. And that dash to the line, and Schouten takes it ahead of Van Hout. And I think Hardy might have snuck up for third. And she did. Maybe Blondin took a sort of a laissez-faire approach to that one and just got snipped at the line there. Your current standings, your current top 6. Of course, big points still to come in just a few laps. The skaters who haven't gotten on the board yet are going to have to figure out something. It's Lorenzato. Lorenzato has been up and down in the B and A divisions of Mass Start this season. Certainly getting plenty of face time here at the front today at the World Championships. And it is Yuka Takahashi of Japan now taking up the mantle, the 21-year-old skater. And right behind her, Park Ji-woo, a pair of 21-year-olds. Leading things around. Now it comes the bell. Now they go for the big points. It's the 3 skaters from Asia. Takahashi, Park, and Jin Wenjing. There's a crash down. That might have been Magdalena Chischon going down. It is still Park in front. Park, Takahashi 1-2 at the moment. Jin facing challenges from both sides. There is Blondin and Schouten making late moves to the line, and it's Elena Schouten and Blondin just taking their foot off the gas in the final few meters. And cruising into the finals. There's the final lap. Blondin, Schouten, Park, Jin, Takahashi, and Hardy. Everything largely going by the form book. Not too much in the way of surprise there. There's Chischon going down. Check to see if she gets up. I hope all's okay with her. Looks like in the background Chischon did manage to get up. The big 2. With the late burst, little nod of the head. We'll see you in the final. They're going to do a quick flood of the ice. And the men's mass start coming up shortly in just under 20 minutes time. There's the results. Blondin, Schouten, Park, Jin, Takahashi, and Hardy. Your top 6. Just about ready for the men's mass start now. 2 heats, top 6 in each. Moving on, look at the first one. Andrea Giovannini, Olivia Wenger, Bart Swings, Marcel Bosker, Timothy Lubino, Ethan Sepperin, Lee Seung-hoon, Gabrielle Oder, Alan Dahl Johansen, Shomu Sasaki, Fridtjof Petzold, Jake Weideman. Giovannini already has a gold medal this weekend in the team pursuit. And he already has 2 World Cup medals on mass start, so certainly one to watch. Instantly recognizable blue kit. I will let the in-house announcers introduce the skaters, call them to the line, and then once the gun goes, I will take things over from there.
Coming up in our first semifinal, wearing helmet number 1 from Italy, Andrea Giovannini. Wearing helmet cover number 2 from Switzerland, Olivia Wenger. Wearing helmet cover number 3 from Belgium, Bart Swings. Wearing helmet cover number 4 from the Netherlands, Marcel Bosker. Wearing helmet cover number 5 from France, Timothy Lubino. And wearing number 6 from the USA, Ethan Sepperin. Rounding out the rest of the field, from Korea, Seung-hoon Lee. From Austria, Gabrielle Oder. From Norway, Alan Dahl Johansen. From Japan, Shomu Sasaki. From Germany, Fridtjof Petzold. And from Canada, Jake Weideman. Let him hear you!
And they are away. First lap is really to form things up. There is the instantly recognizable Andrea Giovannini on the front. One of his wins this season, it was in Beijing. It was really when we started to see those team tactics at play, where Daniele Di Stefano led him out down the back stretch like a lead-out man in road cycling. And Giovannini tucked into the slipstream, and when the time was right, he burst to the finish line. It'll be interesting to see what all these skaters are like without their teammates on hand. And as the gun goes, to really set things off, nobody really picking things up. Maybe very much like the women's race, where they just save it for the sprint points. And those small points determine really who gets those later qualifying spots. Nobody really wanting to go right now. I've always watched Timothy Lubino of France, the man from the West Coast on World Cup this season. He was wont to go on the attack, and look who it is! It's Timothy Lubino, as he's done several times this season. And it was not a bad time to do it. He caught them sleeping a little bit. Nobody was really moving, and that was time for Lubino to go. They may have gotten wise to his tactics early. They may have sensed this one out. He has a long way to go. 400 meters to get that first sprint point. He has Bart Swings right behind him. Not the kind of guy you want chasing you, the great Bart Swings. The Olympic gold medalist. Lubino trying to fight on. Looks like he will just manage to salvage those points. Bart Swings and Jake Weideman, the brother of Isabel Weideman, getting the last single point. The 27-year-old. And Weideman deciding now that maybe I'll just keep going. Deciding to push the attack when others might settle in and wait for the next attack to begin. Weideman just going right over the top and decides to keep pushing it, see who can go with him. He has Shomu Sasaki, the young 18-year-old, the gold medalist from the Quebec World Cup stop. And Sasaki certainly turned a few heads. Did not skate at the Junior World Championships in his home country. He's busy focused at the senior level and succeeding here. That's a pretty solid trio if the three can start working together. Weideman in a very good place. The somewhat unheralded Canadian against two World Cup medalists. And of course, Swings is an Olympic gold medalist. Swings also the defending world champion. And so there is the second bell lap. Jake Weideman of Canada in a great position. Shomu Sasaki proving perhaps that his World Cup win in Quebec was no fluke. Three men working together. This breakaway doing some damage. Second sprint point. Looking like it will be Swings, Sasaki, and Weideman. And let's see, will they keep pushing it? Looks like they were all settling up a little bit. Weideman looking like he might be feeling it a little bit. Took a brief pause, and then he lost the back of Swings. There's nothing more agonizing than watching two skaters go into the distance as you lose that draft. Swings and Sasaki still working together. Weideman tucking back underneath them. Swings, his World Cup this year, 5th in the World Cup standings. 2 silver medals, 2 bronze medals as well. Inline skating great out of Leuven. Both Sasaki and Swings also competed in the 5,000 meters a couple days ago. And this trio looking odds-on to go to the next sprint point. No response from the field. This will make for some interesting final standings if these three men stay away until the end. They have, I'd say it's about half a lap now. There's the bell. And these three men might not just be going for this one. This could be odds on for your final sprint as well. And at what point do you start wondering, is a lap possible? Still a long way to start thinking about that. But these three skaters lining things up for the sprint. Will they trade the points amongst themselves? And it is Sasaki and Weideman looking like Swings will let them through. To get first and second. And now on to the final sprint. These three men working it very, very well together. This could be a decisive move. Down to the final few laps. This is closing in, isn't it? They are closing in on the back of the pack. Good luck to the commissaires figuring this one out. It will be these three men, I have little doubt, going through. Let's see if the field is getting a shake. They are strung out a little bit. The front three really just focusing on their own race at the moment. They're not actively pushing to get the back of that group. Now it's like a bomb has exploded in that field. They suddenly have to move. Rattled to life. Skating for their lives, it seems. Weideman looking like he's comfortably going to settle into third. Now it's the front two, Swings and Sasaki, leading the way around. I think the field has done just enough to stave off being lapped. And Weideman deciding, okay, I've got third. Let's let those front two guys maybe burn a few more of their matches just a little bit. There's a crash, and immediately on his feet. Kudos for you for that move. That was Lee Seung-hoon going down and immediately up on his feet. Sasaki and Swings go 1-2. Weideman goes third. Very good skate from him. Getting into the right move. Not one I would have fancied for moving on to the finals. It looks like Lee Seung-hoon is certainly feeling now the mad dash to the finish line. Who gets fourth, fifth, sixth? Olivio Wenger looks like he led things around. There we are. Sasaki, Swings, Weideman, Wenger, Odor, and Giovannini sneaks in there with 3 points. Now, but those are the only 3 points for Giovannini. Who moves on? I think we might see a few shocking results here. Let's see. It's Sasaki with 65, Swings with 46, Weideman 24, Wenger 10, Gabriel Oder of Austria 6, Andrea Giovannini with 3, and Timothy Lubino, since he finished behind Giovannini on the line, his 3 points not looking like they are enough. We'll just confirm that, wait for those final results to flash up on the board. Wenger, Oder nicely sticking the skate out at the end to just finish ahead of Giovannini. Here are the results. There you have it. Sasaki, Swings, Weideman 1 through 3, Wenger, Odor, and Giovannini 4 through 6. Second heat still to come. There's the start list for the second heat. Chung Jae-won, who has a gold medal on World Cup, couple of silvers. Bart Holworth, Daniele Di Stefano, Kota Kikuchi, Antoine Jelina-Beaulieu, Peter Michael, Christian Gamma Uleklive, Connor McDermott Mustoe, Artur Janichki, Felix Mali, Mathieu Belloir, and Vitaly Chigolev. They'll all form up. They'll all be called to the line. And once the gun goes off, I will be back with you to take you through 16 laps.
Leading the pack from Korea, Chung Jae-won. From the Netherlands, Bart Holworth. From Italy, Daniele Di Stefano. From Japan, Kota Kikuchi. From Canada, Antoine Jelina-Beaulieu. To you, Canada! From New Zealand, Peter Michael. And rounding out the rest of the field, from Norway, Christian Gamma Ulikliv. From the United States, Connor McDermott Baltowski. From Poland, Artur Janicki. From Germany, Felix Mali. From France, Mathieu Belloir. And from Kazakhstan, Vitaly Chigolev.
With the ovation for Antoine Jelina-Beaulieu by the home fans, and we certainly embrace that. A member of that team sprint winning side for Canada that won gold on night one, setting a new world record, beating the Dutch by, I think, a matter of a few thousandths of a second. They were tied down to the hundredth of a second.
These skaters vying for a spot in the 16-skater final this afternoon. Using quick math, that means there are 12 skaters on the ice. Only 8 will qualify. As they slowly wind their way into this race.
Off the start, it is Chung leading things around. Fantastic second half of the season. Picking up a gold medal in Salt Lake City, a silver in Quebec City, going all the way back to a silver medal in Poland. Also picked up gold at the Four Continents Championship in Quebec City, or in Salt Lake City, pardon me. That was right before the Salt Lake City weekend. Bart Holworth, third in the World Cup standings. One gold to kick things off in Obihiro. And then 2 more bronze medals, one in Salt Lake City, one in Poland. And we have Daniele Di Stefano, silver in Beijing from that man, but it's Vitaly Chigolev of Kazakhstan, the 26-year-old, leading things around. Di Stefano behind him, and Antoine Jelina-Beaulieu, the Canadian, sitting in third. As the pace picks up, skaters are strung out. And Chigolev perhaps going a little bit too soon. He does not have the legs to stick with it for the sprint. It's Di Stefano, Jelina-Beaulieu, and Kikuchi. 1, 2, and 3. Down goes Di Stefano. Well, that is a shock. Jelina-Beaulieu and Kikuchi, 1 and 2. Connor McDermott Mustoe, the American, coming in third at that sprint point. And not only does that hurt Di Stefano and his chances, he just went down on his own. But how does that affect the Italian team in the final? Now it's Peter Michael opening things up. A man from Wellington. No ovals in New Zealand, and so he's had to pick up his training and move to Heronvane. Of course, an inline background again for him, like many other speed skaters these days. 34-year-old Michael, the oldest man in the race, showing the younger skaters how it's done, and there is no reaction. That is certainly to the benefit of Michael. He is committed to this move without question. Now there's a reaction, belatedly. But I think Michael has built up enough to pick up maximum points at the next sprint. Chigolev trying to jump back up after missing out on the first sprint. Michael comfortably through to pick up 3 points. We will see if he just keeps things going or decides that's enough for now. Here's the sprint for second. We don't have a look at it. It's Hulworth sneaking in, and Ulekleiv from Norway picking up 3 points. The 29-year-old Felix Malley trying to bridge now. And he's going to make that bridge successfully. Because with this move essentially being allowed to go, these two men now, if they can work together, they could potentially take this all the way to the finish line. Malley, his best A division finish in the mass start this year was 12th in Beijing. The last couple World Cups he was in the B division, the 29-year-old. Malley lives in Erfurt. There is an oval there. Germany is a country with several ovals, and it's sort of a down time for the program, but they are rebuilding. Now, these men are just about to build up a lap. And that's the catch. They will take maximum points. Kudos to Malley for recognizing the chance to jump. Now it seems they've kind of let the pack go. But once the catch was made, the pack really did react. And so they are comfortably in front. Ulekleiv is over for third at the moment, as he tried to break away. A couple laps to go. The front two know that there is Ulekleiv getting the third at the sprint point. The front two know that they have a whole lap to work with. They could very well catch and lap the field if they wanted to, but with the final still to come, it's about saving those matches for the big race. Michael and Malley all but assuring themselves of being in the final later today. Apologies, we will still confirm whether it's 12 or 16 in the final. We'll see that in just a little bit. Now the front two have snuck into the pack. There's four off the front trying to just break away again. 2 more skaters going with them. The front 2 allowing them to go.
They're now racing for third place.
These 2 men could almost just stand up for a little bit if they were so inclined. It's the bell for the front 2, remind you. That is for them. So our main field, hopefully they don't think the bell is for them. They should be aware that they are a lap down on the front 2. Mally and Michael don't need to sprint this one out. They know they will be going into the final. And Mally will take it ahead of Michael. No need to race this one out. No need to risk a fall. And it is Mathieu Belloir, the man from Saint-Malo of France, leading things up. It is Belloir, and it's Houlworth. It's Houlworth taking it. Saint-Malo in Brittany. Nice skate by Belloir to lead that out. Molly, kudos to you. Recognizing the situation, just a savvy move. Spotting the opportunity to go and close up and work with Michael. And those 2 men worked very well together. There you have it. Houlworth for 3rd, Belloir 4th, Jelena Bolia 5th, and Chung Jaiwan for 6th.
So if you're new to the sport of speed skating or you are an aficionado, there is your men's and women's mass start semifinals. 2 Canadians will be involved, women's and the men's, to battle for top spot with some potential podiums.
Not teammates normally, but teammates working together to make it through the finals. Nice to see them celebrating together. They put a lot of work in, worked well at the front.
Somewhere in the stands of 5,000. Gilmore, where are you?
We're in the north stands. Those are some exciting semifinals. Stay tuned for the finals coming up later this afternoon. Next group to the 1,000 meters.
And so they will resurface. We'll wait to see just confirmation of those results. And then we'll resurface. And we'll be back for the 1,000 meters.
This is where the mid-distance and the sprints crossover go head-to-head. On the women's side, Alberta-born Olympian Master German is competing in this event alongside teammate and former short track athlete and RBC training ground athlete Alison Demarest. Current world record champion is the Dutch superstar Jutta Leerdam, who will challenge Beijing's Olympic champion Miho Takagi among a very competitive field of women, which includes world record holder Brittany Rowe and teammate Kimmy Gunts. On the men's side, we have reigning world champion Jordan Stoltz, who looks closer to going back-to-back repeats. That team just established world record just a few weeks ago in Salt Lake City. Canadian Olympic silver medalist in existence, Laurent Debroy, bringing his best to challenge the young American superstar alongside his teammates Vincent DeHate, who's the current Canadian record holder and World Cup medalist Connor Howe. We are in for some exciting races this afternoon, folks. Let's make some noise for these athletes. Let's get the vibes high in here. Let's get it going. Strap them up. Let's go.
Thank you, Gilmore Jr., 3-time Olympian and sprinter for the country of Canada. Here's what's going to happen. In a moment, I'm going to turn the music over to the band of Outriders. The ice
2, 3, 1, 1, 1.
Women's 1,000 meters coming up. 12 pairs, 24 skaters. See the start list right there. Keep an eye on pair number 10, pair number 11, pair number 12. Such a deep women's field. Kimi Getz, Miho Takagi, and Yuta Lirdam. The battle eternal between those two women. 2.5 laps. And the first pair coming out. Kurumi Inagawa and Inessa Shumakova of Kazakhstan.
Personal best time of 1:16.4, representing Japan, Kurumi Inagawa. And in the outer lane with a personal best time of 1:18.77, representing Kazakhstan, Inessa Shumakova.
You got Shumakova, 20 years old. Inagawa, 24.
Go to the start. Ready.
It's interesting. Inagawa has not done the 1,000 meters on World Cup. She was 10th in the 500 yesterday, but she usually just does the 500s on World Cup. Interesting to see her attempting the 1,000 at the World Championships. Perhaps a bit of a warm-up for the World Sprints. Coming up in a few weeks in Inzell in Germany, off to the fastest opener. 18:01, Shumakova 18:74. But Inagawa, a true out-and-out sprinter, and so we'll see if she can maintain this advantage, maintain this speed, or if it suddenly gets very, very difficult. Shumakova. With some work to do. Lap times. Almost a second's advantage on that lap alone by Inagawa. But when the lights go out and the energy runs dry, those legs suddenly get very, very heavy. She does have that inner lane. She does have the faster speed at the moment. Round she comes. Inagawa will put up the time to beat. As she comes to the line, and she'll go 1:15.98. Shumakova 1:18.57. So actually, it's a personal best for Inessa Shumakova, knocking out 0.2 of a second. A couple weeks ago in Salt Lake City, it felt like every other pair, there was at least one skater putting up a new personal best. And these young skaters, for the first time on the faster ice at elevation, start to see their best times come down. Second pair, Pei Chung of China and Allison Desmarais of Canada. Both of these skaters 26 years old.
Go to the start. Ready.
Pei, often a skater who has done this World Cup season in the B division, popping up for the occasional A division race, mostly in the 500 meters though. Desmarais' story started as a short tracker, made the jump a couple years ago. Desmarais from Vanderhoof, British Columbia, which is in the interior of Canada's westernmost province. And it's Pei off to the faster opening. Pei's only A division races this year have been in the 500 meters. 17th in the B division last week in Quebec City. Pei losing time a little bit. Actually, no, she's added to her advantage. Part my mistake. and she will go over the top on the final crossover. Both of these skaters behind the time set by Kurumi Inagawa. And it is Pei leading things around to finish things off. It will be Pei Chong going second fastest, 1:17.03. Desmarais 1:17.84.
Look for the coaching area. Go back.
Third pair, Martine Ripsrud, Norwegian veteran, going up against Tian Rining of China, who finished fourth yesterday in the 500 meters. There's Ripsrud, 28 years old.
Go to the start.
Ripsrud, whose international medals have largely come through the team sprint. A 28-year-old. And Tian, as I mentioned, fourth yesterday in the 500 meters, and it's Tian with the fastest opening. As you might expect from someone who has that high top-end 500 speed, a matter of sustaining it is the next challenge. Ripsrud not far off from the time set by Inagawa. Quality draft for Tian down the back stretch before tucking into the inner lane. First full lap time will really give us an indication of what kind of race they're skating. Ripsrud losing a bit. Tian almost 0.7 of a second to the good, half a second faster on that lap than Ripsrud, who is still right behind Inagawa's time. Tian on course to go atop the leaderboard, at least for the moment. Sprint legs pushed to their limit. Tian Rining goes fastest by over a second. 1:14.83. Ripsrud 1:16.81. And that is a new personal best for Tian. So 2 personal bests, 3 personal bests at the moment. This Calgary ice heating up for some of the skaters. And Tian in first, Inagawa in second, and Ripsrud now in third. Fourth pair has Isabel van Elst of Belgium, Madison Pierman. Not far from her own hometown, Pierman from Ponoka, Alberta. There's Van Elst.
Go to the start. Ready.
And a Van Elst on the inner lane, Pearman on the outer. Van Elst, originally born in the Netherlands, now skates for Belgium. And Pearman, as I mentioned, undoubtedly has family in the crowd. Ponoka not too far away from Calgary. Very even opening between these two. 0.04 of a second difference between them. Not really comparative to the openers that we've seen. Pearman, a regular member on Canada's team sprint side. She was out there on Friday night when Canada won gold. They swept the team sprints for the second year in a row. It is Pierman and Van Elst side by side. Very, very close between these two, 600ths of a second. Fourth and sixth fastest split times. One final crossover on the backstretch. Van Elst will get that advantage of going into the inner lane. Pierman's carrying a little bit more speed right now. The final few strides, agonizing. It's a long, long sprint. It's Pierman leading this to the line. She goes second, 1:15.95. Van Elst, 1:16.22. So neither of those skaters near their personal best times, but for the moment, second and fourth places. Pair 5, Erin Jackson, trying to put disappointment from the 500 meters behind her. And it's a tough way to do it. She said she's not a huge fan of the 1,000 meters, a little too far for her. And she just has this concentrated top-end speed. And Isabelle Grevelt, 21-year-old, you see there, making her World Championship debut.
Go to the start. Ready.
Grevelt really wasn't a part of the Dutch side until the European Championships when she picked up a fourth place in the 1,000 meters. That was on her home ice in Heerenveen, and then she was back in for the World Cup season and then finished with a 1,000 meter bronze medal in Quebec City. Jackson, as you might expect, just so fast off to her problem though, sustaining it. An absolute 500 meter specialist doing the 1,000 meters. Grevelt hanging in right now and jumps into the lead ahead of Jackson as they come up to the bell. Grevelt and Jackson both in the green, fastest 2 times, and it was Grevelt with the faster lap by a half a second. And this is where the legs turn to cement for Jackson, usually in the 1,000 meters. She's admitted she's a 500 meter specialist. Her results show that. The Olympic champion, of course, in the 500. So this one, it's going to be Grevelt. Can she maintain top spot? Yes, she can. By 9/10 of a second, 1:13.92. The first skater under 1:14. Not a bad way to make your World Championship debut. Moving right along into the 6th pair, Vanessa Herzog of Austria and Kim Min-soon of Korea. That is Herzog trying to finish off what's been not the best season for her. Often on the podium on World Cups. She struggled a bit this year. Kim refining her form in the 500 meters.
Ready.
Kim, a silver medal in the 500 meters yesterday. Herzog was 11th. And Herzog was 5th in the 1,000 meter overall standings last year and has won medals at the World Single Distances, but has failed to land on the podium in World Cup this season. But both of them very, very fast openings. 17.76, 17.84, hundredths of a second between these two. Kim did not skate the 1,000 meters in Quebec City, the last World Cup stop. Did finish 5th in one of the races in Salt Lake at the bell. Both of them have fallen into the red. Herzog trying to get back into this race, getting a bit of that draft, but it is still Kim faster of the two right now. Herzog closing things up on the inner lane. It's Herzog taking the lead, and then it is side by side to the line. Herzog's going to take it and go second. 1:14.27, 1:14.38 from Kim Min Soon. Little fist pump from Herzog.
So Gretel from the Netherlands holds on to the top spot. Herzog now in the second position. And Kim in the third, with the seventh pairing coming up.
And now into the second half of our women's 1,000 meters. Now we are really going to get down to business. Here's our standings at the moment. Grevelt 1, Herzog 2, Kim 3. And so Grevelt's first challenge goes by the wayside. And seventh pair, Alina Daudanova of Kazakhstan and Elia Smeding of Great Britain. Daudanova recently turned 20.
Go to the start. Ready.
Smeding, of course, the woman who brewed her way to the Olympics, her coffee business with her partner Cornelius Kirsten. Smeding, yesterday 21st in the 500 meters. Daudanova is 20 years old. Both of these skaters off the pace in the early going. Daudanova was 36th in the World Cup overall standings last season. Got into skating in 2014. So when she was just 10, a very close pair right now. Just over a tenth of a second, the difference between these two. Smeding in front, one final crossover. It looks like Grevelt's time will hold up to another challenge. Smeding gritting the teeth, driving to the line. It's going to be Elia Smeding taking the pair. And she will cross 1:14.78. Fourth place for her. Alina Daudanova provisionally in sixth, 1:15.24. And so that is pretty healthy personal best for Alina Daudanova, knocking out about 0.8 of a second. 20 years old. Now that's two pairs that Grevelt has survived the challenge. And here we go. Antoinette Reitma de Jong of the Netherlands and Na Yun Lee, a very young 18-year-old Korean skater.
And in the outer lane with a personal best time of 1:15.02, representing Korea, Lee Na-young.
Go to the start. Ready.
Right Madayong, 1 bronze medal in the 1,000 meters this year, or this season rather. That was in Stavanger, in the first of 2 World Cup stops in Europe. It was 2 in Asia, 2 in Europe, and the final 2 in North America. Right Madayong, who was 5th in the 1,000 meters at the Olympics in Beijing. Maybe a bit more of a distance specialist. And it is Lee, the youngster, 7th yesterday in the 500 meters. So we do know she can hit the top speed. But that was 500. This is 1,000. Now she's fading 2/100ths of a second between the two. And just a difference of 15/100ths of a second on that lap. And Antoinette Wright Madayong will get a nice draft. She doesn't want it. She knows she's going faster than Lee. So she just moves ahead, goes into the inner lane as Lee fades. Wright Madayong pushing it to the line. Is she skating into this race? Antoinette Wright Madayong goes to first. 1:13.61. Really skated into that race. Nice race from her by 0.3 of a second over her teammate Isabelle Gravelt, who finished, as I mentioned earlier, with a bronze medal in Quebec City earlier this year. 28-year-old Wright Madayong. There's your leaderboard. Dutch 1-2. Austria in 3rd at the moment. And Ekaterina Aidova, the veteran from Kazakhstan, against Karolina Bosiek. Aidova, the 32-year-old, couple Olympics to her name, a flag bearer as well for Kazakhstan. Bosiek, who we often see in the 500, the 1,000, and the 1,500. She was in a top 10 in Quebec City a couple weeks ago. Bosiek and Aidova just about side by side, even through 200 meters. Aidova has dealt with a thigh injury this season. Former short tracker, best result is in the 1,000 at the Olympics. That was way back in 2010, where she finished 16th in Vancouver. And it is Bosiek, though, leading the way. 8th and 9th at the moment. Very even lap times as well, 1/1600ths of a second. So we'll see what this one last crossover does. See if Aidova can get sucked into the draft a little bit. She looks like she's in the ascendancy on the inner lane. Here comes Ekaterina Aidova, 19th in the 500 yesterday. She's going to win this pair and go 8th, 1:15.29. Bosiek fading late to a 1:16.10. And so, Wright Madayong survives the challenge. Gravelt, her teammate, in 2nd. Herzog in 3rd. But if there's going to be a change, it is going to be within the next few minutes. 3 pairs to go. And it starts right here. The great Miho Takagi on the inner lane. And Han Mei on the outer. There is Takagi.
Go to the start.
And the amazing stat that does it for me, for all her accolades, for all her accomplishments, all her palmares, Miho Takagi has never won a World Single Distance Championship. She is the World Cup champion in this distance. Just about unbeatable. It's been her and Leerdam battling all season. And Takagi, a quarter of a second to the good in the early going. Not to be outdone, Han Mei has been on the podium in the 1,000 this year. But this is the best of the best right now. Hard to beat Miho Takagi at the bell. Still in the green, both of the skaters in the green. Takagi, a lap just a few hundredths of a second better than Han. Han really hanging in, but this is going to be an interesting crossover. We do now have that live split in the corner. Takagi adding to her lead over Reitma de Jong, 0.8 of a second at the moment. Miho Takagi has never won a World Single Distance Championship, eyeing top spot for the moment. She goes 1:12.83 by almost 0.8 of a second. Han Mei 1:13.27. She slots into second place. So Takagi within about 0.6 of the track record here in Calgary. Currently held by Heather Bergsma, 1:12.28. And so 2 pairs still to go. Takagi can only watch now. If she doesn't get it today, you would also like her chances in the 1,500 tomorrow, where she has not lost this season. Anyway, Kimmy Getz of the United States. What a season she's had. Podiums in 500, 1,000, 1,500. And on the outer lane, the world record holder, the great Brittany Bowe. She has also finished on the podium in the 1,000 this season. Is she saving it for when it matters most? Getz already has a bronze medal yesterday in the 500 meters. These two women, second and third in the World Cup standings this season, a difference of 10 points separating them. Into the first opener, it is Getz with on fire in the first 200 meters. Almost 0.2 of a second ahead. Bowe about 15 hundredths behind. Getz with a powerful opener. Can she sustain it now? Let's see what this big lap time is. Getz in front. Fire in the legs right now. At the moment, it is Getz in front, slipping a little bit behind Takagi's time. Just 9 hundredths of a second, though. Bowe sitting in 11th. There is the live split. Takagi in front, adding to her lead right now. Bowe and Getz not able to close the gap. Getz was out hard, not really able to sustain it. Takagi looks like she might survive a first challenge. Here comes Getz to the line. She goes 4th fastest. Bowe into 10th. 1:13.68, 1:14.84. And so Takagi's time survives a scare. One of the sport's all-time greats. One pair away from collecting her very first World Single Distance Championship, but it is a formidable challenge in the way. There you have it, Ryo Yamada, 26-year-old of Japan. But on the outer, Yuta Leerdam. Leerdam had a 1,000-meter win streak snapped earlier this season in Beijing. It was a long, long streak, and it was Takagi who did it. Leerdam, who has been complaining of a stiff ankle, she says it's not really holding her back. Leerdam was 6th in the 500 meters. Yamada was 15th, and both of them within a few hundredths of a second of the time set by Takagi, who really put in a strong back half of the race. Leerdam, 2nd overall in the 1,000-meter standings last season. This year, she was 4th. And there is the bell. Takagi watches. Takagi waits. It's Leerdam by over 0.3 of a second. Look at that lap time, 26.35. Leerdam in the green. Will she keep it from Takagi? The time is disappearing though. Takagi could be just hanging on. Leerdam, it is already that close. Leerdam trying to bring it to the line. Inside 100 meters, it's going away. Is this Takagi's time? Leerdam tries to do it. She cannot do it. 1:13.28. Yamada 1:15.17. Third for Leerdam. Yamada goes 12th. And finally, Miho Takagi is a world single distance champion. Started fast. Couldn't close it today. Leerdam, very close, but still on the podium. And there is the champion, adding to that impressive list of accomplishments. Miho Takagi, 1,000-meter world champion. There are the results. Takagi by almost half a second. Hanmei 2nd, Yuta Leerdam in 3rd. Right Madiang 4th, and Kimi Getz in 5th place. They are flooding the ice. We'll take another quick pause. Back for the men's 1,000 meters shortly. Coming up to the start of the men's 1,000 meters. And in Jordan Stolz's quest to three-peat in back-to-back world championships, this, of course, is step number 2. He will be in the final pair of the evening. Laurent Dubreuil, Olympic silver medalist, will skate early in the third. Jenning de Beau, the young Dutch skater to look for in pair number 4. David Bosa, the Italian, who has finished on the podium this season. It was in the 1,000 in Salt Lake. It's David Bosa. Kjell Nuis, 9th pair. Hove Lorentzen in the 11th pair. And we will get right underway. Cho Sung-hyuk of Korea and Matthias Voste, the man from Bruges, in the outer lane.
Go to the start. Ready.
Voste, the 29-year-old, got his start in inline and in short track first before making the jump a few years ago. He jumped up to finish 4th in the 1,000 meters in Quebec City in the final World Cup stop before this event. He does a lot of B division skating as well. Cho Sung-hyuk, 23 years old, very even opening between these two men, 0.08 of a second. Look at them pushing 60 kilometers an hour. And it is Voste coming around to get the bell. They put in just 0.05 of a second on Cho. Very even pair. Their personal bests are within a few tenths of a second of each other. Both around 1:07.5 seconds. Cho gets the inner lane on the final crossover. He is bringing it up. This is still a very close pair. It is Voste still in front. Voste going to take it. 1:08.11, 1:08.38. So a little bit off their personal best times. But Voste, for the moment, atop the leaderboard. Moving on, Bjorn Magnussen from Norway, 5th yesterday in the 500 meters, and Kim Tae-yun of Korea.
Go to the start. Ready.
Magnussen is perhaps more of a 500-meter specialist. Got his best couple results on World Cup in the second half of the season, finishing with a 9th place in a 500 meters. So watch him to start quickly and see if he can sustain. Both of them in the green in the early going. Magnussen by almost 0.2 of a second. Kim Tae-yun, 24th in the 500 meters yesterday. He's another skater who really does the 500 and 1,000 meter double. 23-year-old. At the bell, Magnussen still holding on with 0.3 of a second advantage. Kim just a few hundredths off the current leader's pace. That is going to be a very good draft for Magnussen. Soaking it in for as long as he can, and he gets the benefit of being in the inner lane. Magnussen leading it around, eyeing the fastest time, but look out, here comes Kim to take it. So Magnussen fading hard in the final 100 meters, Kim surging. So he wins the pair by 0.09 of a second, and they go third and fourth at the moment. In this third pair, we will see the defending Olympic silver medalist Laurent Dubreuil on the outer lane, Piotr Michalski of Poland on the inner.
Go to the start. Ready.
Dubreuil did admit to some injury concerns heading into this season, so he did have a slow start. He had some knee tendonitis in the offseason, couldn't skate or do weights. He dealt with some back issues in Obihiro, but really surged, particularly in the 500 meters in the latter half of the season. Quick opening for Dubreuil by 0.6 of a second. Dubreuil did pick up a first place in the B division in Quebec in the 1,000 meters right before this event a couple weeks ago. And he will get into the inner lane. It's Dubreuil and Michalski. And it is going to be Dubreuil leading at the bell. Over a second, almost a second and a quarter for Dubreuil. 24.31 that lap time, knocking more than 0.4 of a second ahead of Michalski. And he will take the lead into the final corner. Michalski trying to chase. But Dubreuil is very well to the good. Dubreuil had a lot of time to work with, heading for top spot for the moment. Dubreuil 107.04, more than a second. That's actually not far off his own personal best time of 106.76. Michalski goes second fastest. And Dubreuil never one from shying away from letting us know if that was a good race or not. And based on his reaction, I think that was a good race. There's always a celebration or a shake of the head, depending on how he went. And so we'll see how long that time can hold up. And there is Yenning DeBow. The now 20-year-old, turned 20 on January 22nd. But the silver medalist from the European Championships. And there's Connor McDermott Mastoe of the United States, the 25-year-old. Very, very close in terms of these two men's personal bests.
Ready.
McDermott Mastoe skated a lot of 1,000 meters in the B division this year, jumped up to the A for the second of the 2,000 meters in Salt Lake City, and picked up a 5th place. Now these two men's personal best time, though, it's a matter of 0.04 of a second. Both of them off the pace at the moment. We'll see how they skate into it. DeBow won the 500 meters at the European Championship, so you would have figured that maybe he had a faster start in him. It's his first time on these faster ice surfaces, Salt Lake City a couple weeks ago and Calgary. And there is the bell. DeBow was 12th in the 500 yesterday, well off the pace at the moment. to the tune of almost 9/10 of a second. Well ahead in this pair, going over the top for the final crossover. But it doesn't look like he's got the speed to sustain at the moment or challenge the time set by Laurent Dubreuil. We'll see if he's put in a stormer on the last lap. No, he hasn't. He maybe closed a little bit, 107.89, good for third at the moment. McDermott Mostowy, 108.99, good enough for 8th place. And so Laurent Dubreuil celebrated his time a little bit. He liked it, and so far it has survived one challenge. And going right along, Vincent Dehetre from Ottawa. On the other lane, Cooper McLeod out of Mount Vernon in the great state of Washington in the Pacific Northwest.
Go to the start. Ready.
McLeod skated the team sprint on night one as the U.S. finished in 6th place. He skated the 500 meters yesterday to an 11th place finish. Quite the contrast. McLeod, yet to be at the Olympics, missed out on Beijing. And meanwhile, Dehetre has competed in both a summer and a winter Olympics. McLeod, the faster opener, but just over 3/10 of a second off the time set by Dubreuil. Second fastest opener is belonging to that man, Cooper McLeod. And we'll see what kind of lap time he's skated at the bell. McLeod, 7/10 of a second off the pace, and so a testament to that time set by Dubreuil. He has a healthy chunk over Cooper McLeod. McLeod with a lot of work to do to try to close that gap. And Dubreuil may survive yet another challenge. And McLeod leading things around Dehetre, trying to close it up. It is going to be McLeod winning the pair. Will he challenge Dubreuil? No, he won't. Just over a second, 108.09. 108.43 for Dehetre. And so Dubreuil, again, still atop the leaderboard. It will be another teammate of Dubreuil's, the next to see if he can challenge. That is Connor Howe, perhaps more of a 1,500 meter specialist. There's the leaderboard, and there is your leader. Connor Howe on the inner lane, and Ryota Kojima out of Japan. 9th at the World Championships in this distance, or rather 9th at the World Cup in Obihiro, but then picked up a silver medal in Poland. Stop in Tomaszów Mazowiecki.
Ready.
Howe sits in stark contrast of his teammate Dubreuil, the pure sprinter. Howe has that 1,500 meter ability, so do not expect a fast opening time from him. But we'll see if he can close the gap late. Kojima, 25 years old. Howe, 23. And there you have it. Kojima, 3/10 of a second off the pace. Howe, over a second to try to close that gap to Dubreuil. And it's Kojima going over the top on the first crossover. You do see it often where someone goes out very hard and can't seal the deal. Kojima now leads to the bell, just over a half a second off the pace. Set by Dubreuil. Howe losing more time to his teammate. And if he's got that shift, it's going to have to happen now. Hal is certainly more of a 1500 meter specialist, and he is going faster of the two right now. Closing that gap. There's not enough ice for him left to win the pair. It is going to be Kojima, who goes 107.47 into second. 108.32. Hal into seventh. 108.22. Pardon me. Kojima 107.47. And so Kojima, solid final lap to close it up a little bit, but not enough to unseat Laurent Dubreuil. Now on to our seventh pair, another Japanese skater, Taiyo Nonomura, 22-year-old. David Bossa, 31-year-old Italian. There he is. The man who will wait until the final moment to put those sunglasses on his face.
Go to the start. Ready.
Nonomura on the podium in the four continents with a silver in the 1,000 meters. It was a bit of a surprise yesterday to see the Japanese men shut out of the podium entirely in the 500 meters, considering they started the year with a sweep of the distance. Both of these men, about 8 hundredths of a second separating them. Bossa has been on the podium in World Cup this season in the 1,000. Gets a good draft on the backstretch. Let's see how they compare to Dubreuil this first full lap. Bossa losing time, now over 0.8 of a second off Dubreuil's pace. Dubreuil knew he was on a stormer. He liked his finish. And it is still Bossa in front. One final crossover. We'll see if Nonomura can close it up. It is almost side by side. Bossa leading it to the line, and Nonomura can't quite sneak in. 1/100th of a second separating them. Bossa to third, Nonomura into fourth. And on the thigh, certainly screaming in agony around that final corner. That's how close it was. And still, the home crowd seeing their man atop the podium. Let's see if Damian Zurek, bronze medal in the 500 meters yesterday, can challenge. Going up against Moritz Klein of Germany.
Go to the start. Ready.
Now Klein did beat Zurek at the European Championships. Zurek is very much in the mold of Laurent Dubreuil, 500, 1,000 meter specialist. Klein does jump up and do 1,500 meters. So as you can expect, Zurek off to a fast start, just over 1/10 of a second behind the pace set by Dubreuil. His big challenge now, sustain it. Do not let that speed die off. Klein will be skating into this race. It's Zurek still leading at the moment. At the bell. Their lap time. Zurek 24.54, losing some time to Dubreuil. Klein just dropping 1/10 of a second to Zurek. And now Zurek trying to put in the final few strides to keep him close to Dubois, sucking up as much of the slipstream as he can into the inner lane. Zurich leading the pair. Klein trying to make a charge, not going to do it. Zurich will go into second place, 107.44, 107.75 for Moritz Klein. And so Zurich really had a long reach out there to try to get that spot, not going to unseat Dubreuil. And so another pair ticks off. So some big names still to come. Dubreuil, non-fussed. And another German skater, Hendrik Dombeck. And on the outer, the Dutch veteran, Kjeld Nuis.
Go to the start. Ready.
Nuis, just off the podium at the World Championships last year, has a couple of wins on World Cup, is also the European champion. So if there is someone who could unseat Dubreuil, it is very much in this pair. Dombeck, 26 years old, keeping touch with Nuis right now. And it's not the fastest of starts, 3 and 4 tenths of a second off the pace, respectively. But Nuis also does the 1500 meters, so he can shift. We know there is that endurance for the man from the Netherlands, 34-year-old veteran. Going way out into the outer lane there. Not sure that counts as impeding, but that's cost him some time. He is just under half a second and plenty of work to do to try to close down Dubreuil's time. At this point, I don't think he's going to do it, but it's up to him to prove me wrong. Into the outer lane, Nuis, well, in truly going to win this pair. Dombeck not really closing things up. The current leader, Laurent Dubreuil, will survive another time. No, he won't! He proved me wrong. 106.80 by a quarter of a second. Kjeld Nuis, your new leader. I said it's up to him to prove me wrong, and I'm eating my words now. Never doubt this man. And he likes it. And down to our final two pairs. Tatsuya Shinama of Japan, Ning Zhongyan of China. A man who is immensely powerful is Shinama.
Go to the start. Ready.
And Shinama, who's just so powerful, so often we see it, he cannot stay in his lane, particularly on those, when he takes the inner turn. When he's at top speed, he can fly. And so if he can put it together and stay in his lane, he can do some special things. And these two men, a couple hundredths of a second faster than the time set by Nuis. A couple hundredths of a second between them. Ning also does the 1,000 meter and 1,500 meters, so if he is one of these slower starters or slower than a pure sprinter, watch him go. Ning, almost half a second over the time set by Nuis. Shinama not going to do it from the looks of things here. And we'll see what Ning can do. He had almost half a second to work with over Kjeld Nuis. It is Ning Zhanyang leading it at the moment. He led at 600 meters. He leads at 1,000. 106.53. Ning Zhanyang knocks out another quarter of a second from the top time. And he moves atop the leaderboard. And closing in on the track record currently being held by Pavel Kulishnikov, 106.49. Just keeps getting faster and faster. He's just 24 years old. Lots more to come from him. Penultimate pair, Martin Liv of Estonia and Hova Lorentzen of Norway.
Go to the start. Ready.
You see in the background, in the black sweatshirt, that's Jeremy Wotherspoon, the sprints coach for Norway, the Canadian great sprinter. We all know Lorentzen's story. Suffered a severe calf injury a number of years ago. Quite gruesome. Came back to win gold in the 500, silver in the 1,000 at the 2018 Olympics. Liv off the pace at the moment. Faster of the two. They have a lot to make up. Ning Zhanyang, the 24-year-old from China, the current leader. The final time check. See if it challenges. Not at the moment. Well off the pace. 7 and 9/10 of a second down, respectively. 106.53, the time to beat. It was a personal best for Ning Zhanyang. It is a very even pair. And it's Liv moving up on the inside. I think the podium's out of sight. But we'll see what they can do. It's Liv, 107.53, 107.66 for Hova Lorentzen. Very close to Liv's personal best time anyway. And after 11 pairs, it's Ning, it's Nuis, and it is Dubreuil. But the final pair. If the three-peat wants to survive, you've got to survive challenge number 2. But on the inner lane, Tim Prince, 20 years old. Bronze at the European Championships behind 2 teammates. And then on the outer lane, the man who turns 20 in July, Jordan Stolz. World champion, and as of a few weeks ago, the world record holder.
Go to the start. Ready.
A couple weeks ago in Salt Lake City, the opening 200 for Stolz was 16:12. So we will see if he is on world record pace. At the first time check here, Stolz, nobody last year, until last year, had won 3 world championship gold medals. 16:08. That is 0.04 of a second off his world record pace. Is Stolz on a flyer again? His first full lap time a few weeks ago was 24:12. We will see in just a few moments if he at least matches that. Stoltz led through 200. Stolz at the bell, 24:29. He has lost his world record pace. He is still leading at the moment. The live time check. Stolz moving ahead over a tenth of a second right now. He won 500 meters a day ago. He hopes to win 1500 tomorrow. But right now, Stolz on pace to go back to back in the 1,000 meters emphatically. Yes, he does. 1:06:05. That is a new track record. And Jordan Stolz is 2 for 2. By almost half a second. This young man is refashioning the speed skating history books in his own image. Jordan Stolz, 19 years old, 5 times a world champion. And tomorrow he could make it 6. The beginning of a potentially monumental career. Laurent Dubreuil called him the skater of a generation, and it's hard to argue with that.
Wow, you've been treated with some amazing, graceful speed and technique in long track speed skating. Let me tell you what's ahead.
There are the results. Stolz does it again. Ning in second, Neuss in third. Canadian Laurent Dubreuil just off the podium on his home ice. Tim Prins, the Dutch youngster, in fifth. They're going to resurface, and then we'll be back one more time for the mass start women's and men's final. My name is Gavin Day. I always like to remind you of that. Don't go anywhere. I'll be back with you for one final time, 2 times this afternoon.
track, where we will now present the ISU World Championships victory ceremony for winners of the women's 1,000 meters.
Mesdames et messieurs, nous présentons maintenant les gagnantes du 1000 mètres femmes.
Leading in the delegates for today's medal ceremony is Calgary Stampede Princess Brooke Fielding. And the medals will be presented by ISU President Mr. J. Yul Kim. Our top 3 skaters will also receive an iconic custom belt buckle from Calgary's own tributes group, presented by Katrina LeMay Doan, President and CEO of Sport Calgary. And joining the medalists today are Special Olympics Canada Winter Games ambassadors Ali Price and Darby Taylor. In third place and winner of the bronze medal, skating a time of 1:13.28, representing the Netherlands, Ute Leerdam. Second place and winner of the silver medal, skating a time of 1:13.27, representing China, Mei Han. Place and winner of the gold medal, skating a time of 1:12.83, representing Japan, Miho Takagi. Please rise if you're able for the playing of the Japanese national anthem. Congratulations, Miho Takagi, and all the other medalists for a great job. Well done. As they conclude the women's 1,000-meter medal presentation, stick around. More action ahead as we have the men's 1,000-meter presentation to follow right after. Leading in the delegates for today's medal ceremony is Calgary's Stampede's First Nation Princess, Margaret Holloway. The medals will be presented by ISU President Mr. J. Yule Kim. And our top 3 skaters will also receive an iconic custom belt buckle from Calgary's own Tributes Group, presented by Katrina LeMay Doan, President and CEO of Sport Calgary. Joining the medalists today are Special Olympics Canada Winter Games ambassadors Ali Price, Darby Taylor, and Shi Van. In third place and winner of the bronze medal, skating a time of 106.8, representing the Netherlands, Kiel Loos.
Maybe next time. Thank you very much.
And in second place and winner of the silver medal, skating a time of 106.53, representing China, Ding Xinyan. And in first place and winner of the gold medal, back-to-back 2023, reigning champ, skating a time of 106.05, representing the United States of America, Jordan Stalls. Please stand if you are able for the playing of the American National Anthem. Congratulations, Jordan Stalls and all the medalists. For the men's 1,000 meters medal presentation. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're not done yet. We start in 5 minutes and that's what it is. But first, Gilmore Jr. somewhere in the oval. Gilmore, take it over to you. This morning that way, expect more action on the ice. Baby business. And it's a star-studded lineup, both in the men's and the women's. So while we're getting ready, just to let you know about tomorrow, this is a 4-day heat. As we round the turn to the final set of races to conclude today. Tomorrow will be the women's 5,000 meters, the men's 10,000 meters, followed by the most grueling distance in the sport of long track speedskating, the 1,500 meters for both the women's and the men's. Ladies and gentlemen, are you having a great time here in Calgary? Thank you so much for being here and showing support to the most amazing athletes. Graceful, amazing technique, and fast. Coming up, NASCAR final, DJ Madison, please.
Final two races of the day. And it is the mass start finals. It is 16 skaters in each of them. You see the start list right there. Hohenwood, Blondin, Manganello, Scouten, Yang. All the way down to Malte, Hardy, Haugen, Lorenzato, Tass, Van Hoot. And there are some team pairs. So might we see some team tactics? Might we see the likes of the defending champion, Marijke Hohenwold, who you see there. She does like to go on the attack on occasion. Might we see her trying her luck with a long-range effort? There is Blondin. No shortage of World Cup medals to her name. And as always, I will let them call the skaters to the line and then take over once we are underway.
Wearing helmet cover number 1, defending world champion from the Netherlands, Marijke Hohenwold.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115,
Wearing helmet cover number 4 from the Netherlands, Irene Kuk. Wearing number 5 from China, Yang Bingyu. And number 6 from Korea, Park Ji-woo. And rounding out the rest of the field from Japan, Sumire Kikuchi. From China, Jing Wen-jing. From Italy, Laura Paveri. From Japan, Yuka Takahashi. From Canada, Valérie Mantez. From Switzerland, Sophia Ramona Hardy. From Norway, Sophia Carolina Haugen. From Italy, Laura Lorenzato. From Belgium, Sandrine Tass. And from Belgium, Fran van Hoot.
They are underway. This race is for the medals. And might we see some team tactics at play? A couple Italians, a couple Dutch skaters, a couple Canadians. And this time, the sprint points less of an important. The medal winners will really be decided in that final sprint, when it's 60 points for the winner as opposed to 3 in the sprint points. And it is Hronwood, the defending world and European champion, in front as the gun goes. 1 gold medal on World Cup this season, and it's Schouten, and down goes Schouten!
Skater is down. Let's see if she can get up in time to rejoin the race. That's Irene Kuk. Rest of the pack picking it up. They do not want to let her.
And that is a shock to be sure. And it certainly will push the tempo to try to make sure she does not get back. It is a disaster for Irene Schouten, who won the 3,000 meters a couple days ago, but now the main field starts to look around, opening the door for Schouten, who might now be just coursing with adrenaline. At the first bell lap, Ramona Hardy coming up the outside. And it's Sandrine Tass, who has a World Cup win at the front. It is Sandrine Tass and Ramona Hardy, Belgium and Switzerland, pushing things out. It's going to be one of these two skaters. They have a gap, and it will be Tass. 28-year-old, finished 5th overall in the World Cup standings. Sprint point number 1 goes to her. And it's Yuka Takahashi, the 21-year-old from Japan, finishing 3rd. And I don't think Schouten got back on. She might have just pulled the chute early. And there's Laura Lorenzato. She is now off on a flyer. Lorenzato, the Italian team, not with Francesca Lollobrigida today. It's Lorenzato and Peveri who wear the Azzurri kit. And right now, it's Lorenzato looking odds-on to take sprint point number 2. And we will see how much more she can push this advantage. It's a long way to go by yourself. Lorenzato on course to pick up full points in sprint point number 2. She's got about half a lap on the main field, and there is Schouten almost on the back of the main field. I'm not sure if she's been lapped or if she did catch up. But there we have it, Lorenzato. And this is something of a break, trying to bridge, recognizing that this is a very dangerous woman now with a very big lead. And it's the sprint for second and third. It is Ramona Hardy of Switzerland taking it, and I believe it is Park Ji-woo of South Korea, or the Korea Republic, getting third. And Lorenzato, I think this is full commitment from her. Now the chase is on. Recognizing the danger, these three women are also going for it. It's a long, long way to go. And there is a reaction from the field. It's not the most organized of reactions, however. This would be a shock. Laura Lorenzato. She is committed to this. She was 13th at the European Championship. Her best finish on World Cup this season was 7th in Poland. At what point is this real for Laura Lorenzato? Marijke Groenewold leading the chase. Yvonne Blondin also there. So there are some strong skaters trying to bring this back. But the field does not look terribly organized. Here's sprint point number 3. I do start to think that a catch is possible. Lorenzato may get one more sprint point, but it's just too far out in front. Kjeld Nuis, I said, prove me wrong, and he did. Lorenzato will get 3 more sprint points. Groenewold and Blondin looking odds on for second and third. She is feeling it now. The current leader at the moment. And the field not terribly organized. There is a window of opportunity for this woman. It's not the most organized of chases. Lorenzato in front, counting down. It is the definition of pain and suffering on her face right now. Just keeping the legs turning over. She has about half a lap. It's just under 8 seconds. It's going to either be a statement of defiance or sheer heartbreak for Laura Lorenzato. 25 years old, would not have been one of the favorites to take this. It looks like the chase could get her now. It is going to come up agonizingly short for this woman. 2 laps to go. There is nothing left in this woman's tank. And they're just going to leave her out in front to suffer that little bit longer and leave it to all come down to the final sprint. 2 skaters from Japan are there. 2 skaters from China are there. And there is the catch. Lorenzato, chapeau to her for the effort. Now at the bell, the 2 skaters from the Netherlands make their shift. It's Groenewold leading around Schouten. This is going to be a very long sprint. Yang Bin-yu in the third for China. Canadian Yvonne Blondin is also there. Dutch on course for 1-2. It's Groenewold, it's Schouten, but here comes Blondin. Is Blondin going to leave it for the championship? No, it is not. It is going to be, I believe it's Irene Schouten. It is. She fell and came back to become world champion. Blondin second, Groenewold in third. Incredible performance. And Schouten is now 2 times a world champion this weekend.
These results, of course, provisional.
Irene Schouten fell on the first lap, got up, did not give up, and is rewarded with a World Championships. Outstanding. It was the 2 skaters from the Netherlands leading it around. It looked almost like Schouten was leading out Groenewold, but it was just a knockdown, drag-out sprint. And Yvonne Blondin snuck up the middle and for a brief moment thought it could have been a World Championships, but it's Schouten. Second at the European Championships. Third last year. Gold today. There's the standings. Schouten, Blondin, Groenewold, Yang, and Peveri. 1 through 5. And when you remember that Irene Schouten fell on lap number 1, it just makes that result all that much more impressive. Tiniest of pauses, and then we'll be back for the men's mass start. One final race today. Back with you shortly.
skating community around learning via a dynamic e-learning platform. Join us if you're a skater, coach, official, or involved in skating. From small bike skating courses to courses from leading skating professionals from around the world, there's something for everyone. Want to learn more on rules and regulations, or want to improve your techniques and training methods? We've got you covered. Whether you're at home, on the go, or at the rink, access e-learning from anywhere. Stay informed, connected, and on top of your game. It's fun, free, and only one click away. Join us today to keep learning and take your skills to the next level.
Thank you, sponsors, for everything you do for the ISU and speed skating in general. Well, we wait as we prepare for the final race of the day, the men's mass start final. We encourage you to check out Canada House, presented by Intact Insurance, near the concession area. And also, I believe Team Canada will be in the Canada House signing autographs. If anybody wants to get the picture taken or autograph signed, check out Team Canada right there. And there's merchandise, Speed Skating Canada and ICU World Championship merchandise sold on the 3rd floor. So don't forget to visit Regatta Sport and check out some of that amazing merchandise. So hope you're enjoying this event as much as I am participating as an announcer. We're watching some epic racing, amazing athletes, graceful, amazing technique and speed, and what we saw in the women's mass start may go down as one of the most epic mass star races at the world level ever, with Scout falling, getting back up, and then taking the gold. Very, very impressive. What's the mass star men's going to deliver up? What kind of drama is ahead for us? Well, we're about to find out. There will be 16 skaters in this 16-lap race, and as I said before, it's a one-lap pace, 3 sprint laps. In the lineup, you have last year's winner, Bart Swings. Bart Holvert from the Netherlands is in. Antoine Gelopouliot. We have 2 Canadians, Antoine Gelopouliot, who made the podium back in Salt Lake City in 2020. And Jake Weideman is in the mix. So our Canadians are Antoine Gelopouliot and Jake Weideman. A couple of Americans. This promises to be very, very exciting. A big shout out to every single one of you in attendance from wherever you have come, from near or afar, for being here live at the Calgary Olympic Oval at the ISU World Speed Skating Championships held here in
Men's
Calgary.
mass start. Just a few moments away. There's your start list. 16 skaters, and they have a tough act to follow. Women's mass start, that was just a heck of a race. The winner falling, getting up, coming back, winning a breakaway that very nearly lasted until the end. You see all 16 skaters. Couple teams, couple countries have 2 skaters. We will see if there's a team dynamic at work, or if it's everyone for themselves. We know Andrea Giovannini has his lead-out man, Daniele Di Stefano. They came 1-2 at a World Cup this season, but look out for Shomu Sasaki. Peter Michael, never doubt him. He went on a breakaway, and 2 good results for him. There's Bart Swings, the defending champion. So many skaters who could come out on top today. We will let them be called to the line, and then I will be with you on the other side.
Wearing number 2 from New Zealand, Peter Michael. Number 3 from Belgium, Bart Swings. From Germany, number 4, Felix Malley. Wearing number 5 from Canada, Jake Wadman. Ontario, Canada, Wadman. Wearing number 6 from the Netherlands, Bart Hoover. And rounding out the rest of the field from Switzerland, Livio Wenger. From France, Mathieu Bellois. From Austria, Gabriel Odor. From Canada, Antoine Gélinas. From Italy, Andrea Giovannini. From Korea, Chung Jae-won. From France, Timothy Lubineau. From the USA, Connor McDermott Mostawi. From the United States, Ethan Semperin. And from Italy, Daniele Di Stefano.
And the first gun goes. The second one will come around after the formation lap. Everyone wants to find their place. And then I will wait to see. I always await to see if Timothy Lubineau goes on the attack. He does have a teammate here with him this time to perhaps disrupt the chase efforts. So we had Peter Michael go on the attack earlier in the semifinals. And we had Bart Swings, Shomu Sasaki, and Jake Weideman pull out the decisive move. Different tactics, I expect, with this race being for the medals, all likely to come down to the final sprint. Skaters may be less likely to decide to let attacks go. And it is the youngster Sasaki, wearing number 1, just 18 years of age, on the front right now against some very experienced skaters. Often these younger skaters glide under the radar and keep developing, but when you win a World Cup at the age of 18, suddenly you are thrust into the spotlight. And there he is. It was Sasaki, Swings, and Weideman in one of the semifinals. There's Peter Michael, who did a successful breakaway in the other semi. And here comes the attack. And wouldn't you know, it is the man from France, Timothy Lubineau. Not committed to this one, though. He thought he'd surprise them. But they caught up to it very quickly. Interesting to note, this French side, Lubineau is from the West Coast. And his teammate, Mathieu Bellois, is from the North Coast. And we are back to something of a holding pattern. The veteran for one of the greatest roller inline speed skaters of all time, Bart Swings, on the front, the Olympic champion. Also the world champion. Now the first sprint point goes. There is Michael. Gabriel Oder of Austria behind him, and it's Michael. Perhaps thinking, maybe I'll make this work again. This one might not last very long. It may just lead up until the sprint, and Michael stumbles a little bit. It is Gabriel Oder, who trains in Calgary, taking sprint point number 1. Then it's Michael, and then it's Swings. And they get the points. Nobody trying their luck. Once they cluster up there and guys start to stand up, you know the speed is not in the field. The watching, the waiting begins anew. And there is an incident right in the middle. And you love the sportsmanship. How about that? I think that was Houlworth who helped pick up a fallen skater. Livio Wenger was the one who went down. The only Swiss skater in the field, so him going down would have been a shock. And they just bumped into each other. Houlworth almost clung onto him as he went down, knowing that he was going to pick him back up. Everybody present and accounted for. And here goes an attack. It's Lubino again. Swings and Giovannini on the chase. Lubino, I keep bringing him up because just about in every World Cup this season, if there was an attack coming, it was from that man right there. They seem to be wise to his tactics. Or perhaps he just went too early. Now another attack coming around the outside. It is Peter Michael again. This time the reaction a little bit slower to it. They might have him. Michael may just hang on for the sprint points. He is driving. He is committed to get this one, and he will get 3 points. It swings, and then I believe Giovannini in third. That is 2. Michael provisionally with 5 points in the lead. But when the first place and the last sprint point is worth 60, I expect it to change. You do never know. Looks like Lubino is suffering a little bit for the efforts, dangling off the back. There's Felix Mali of Germany. Doesn't look like he's going to... You never try and attack from the front. You always try to sneak up when they least expect. So if there is an attack coming, expect it from the middle of the field there. See Michael lingering back there a little bit. They have to be so wary because sometimes the attacks go with just the sprint points in mind. But then sometimes they try to get away and then they stay away, and it's too late, and the reaction's too late, and so everyone's wary. Here comes another attack. And is it that man again? I believe it is. It is. It actually is his teammate. It is Mathieu Belloir, the man from Brittany, on the attack now. Has this one shocked the field? Right before a sprint lap, there is a reaction. They are pouring it on. But Belloir may have done just enough to get 3 points. He's just under 3 seconds to the good. He doesn't look like he's pushing it now. This one may just be for the sprint point unless the field decides to sit up after the sprint. Belloir, I think, says, I want 3 points, and then that will be it. And he will get it. Who gets second and third? Another Italian skater. It might be Di Stefano in third. And it is Felix Mali of Germany in second. Now, the race for the medal. And I don't think any attacks will be successful now. It's all about positioning. Where do you want to be? Can't be too far back. And is this another attack? Is it another French attack trying to prove me wrong? There is a crash. Is it Antoine Gélina-Beaulieu of Canada? I think he may still be in it. Anyway, Lubino. Is this the moment? It might be Jake Weideman. It was a Canadian, I believe. Anyway, Timothy Lubino has a straightaway. 2 to go. How is the organization of the field? Or are they busy watching themselves? Setting themselves up for a sprint, and they're forgetting that one man is off the front. Here comes the reaction. Here comes Sasaki. Here comes Swings. Both at the front. Youth and experience. But it is Lubino. There's a crash down at high speed. That was Shomu Sasaki. His chances are done. Lubino still in front at the moment. Have they left it too late? Here comes Swings. Wenger. Antoine Jelina Beaulieu of Canada's also there. The catch is made. It Swings. Here comes the sprint. Wenger. Jelina Beaulieu. Swings. 3 abreast. It Swings. Back-to-back world champion. Three abreast to the finish. Bart Swings does it again. Jelina Beaulieu up into second, Wenger into third. I think those will be the podium places. We'll see if there are any of the points might have changed things. I don't think so. And Giovannini was there just off the podium. And Jelina Beaulieu celebrating at home. He was savoring every moment of the home crowd. Looks like he gets a medal. Bart Swings, Wenger right behind him. Antoine Jelina Beaulieu perfectly positioned. Tried to get up the inside. Swings outlasted him. And it is Swings, Jelina Beaulieu, and Livio Wenger. Giovannini just off the podium. Confirmation of the results. Swings, Jelina Beaulieu, Wenger, Giovannini, and Houlworth, 1 through 5. Podium presentations coming up in just a few moments, and then I will be back to sign things off from Day 3 of the ISU World Speed Skating Single Distance Championships. Stay with us.
gagnante du départ en groupe femmes.
Leading in the delegates for today's medal ceremony is Calgary Stampede Princess Brooke Fielding. And the medals will be presented by ISU President Mr. J. Yule Kim. Our top 3 skaters will also receive an iconic custom belt buckle from Calgary's own tributes group, presented by Duncan Melville, Chair, Calgary Sports and Major Events Committee, Tourism Calgary. And joining the medalists today and accompanying the athletes, Thomasina Payne, the Red Deer Central Lions Speed Skating Club, and Raywin Mark, Calgary Grizzlies Speed Skating Club. In 3rd place and winner of the bronze medal, representing the Netherlands, Nalika Hugenval. In 2nd place and winner of the silver medal, representing Canada, Evelyn London. In 1st place and winner of the gold medal, and what may go down as one of the most epic performances in women's mass start history, from the Netherlands, Arena Schouten. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise if you're able for the playing of the Dutch national anthem. Congratulations to Arena Schouten and all the other medalists.
Félicitations à tous les médaillés.
As they finish the ceremony, coming up, we now transition to the final medal ceremony of the day. The men's mass start. Stick around. DJ Ashley. ceremony for the winners of the men's mass start.
Mesdames et messieurs, nous présentons maintenant les gagnants du départ en groupe homme.
Leading in the delegates for today's men's mass start medal ceremony is Calgary Stampede First Nations Princess Margaret Holloway. The medals will be presented by ISU President Mr. J. Yule Kim, and our top 3 skaters will also receive an iconic custom belt buckle from Calgary's own Tributes Group, presented by Duncan Melville, Chair, Calgary Sports and Major Events Committee, Tourism Calgary. And joining the medalists today, accompanying the athletes, Thomasina Payne, Red Deer Central Lions Speed Skating Club, and Raywin Mark, Grizzly, Calgary Grizzlies Speed Skating Club. In the 3rd place and winner of the bronze medal, representing Switzerland, Lydia Wenger. In 2nd place and winner of the silver medal, representing our country of Canada, Antoine Gilles-Bouliou. And in 1st place and winner of the gold medal, representing Belgium, reigning champ, Bart Swings. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise once again, if you are able, for the playing of the Belgium national anthem. Congratulations to Bart Swings, gold medalist, and all the other medalists.
Félicitations à tous les médaillés.
And so ends day 3 at the ISU World Speed Skating Single Distance Championships. So much to talk about. Miho the Great finally gets her very first individual world championship. Stoles goes 2 for 2 and 5 for 5. And 2 incredibly memorable mass start races. Irena Schouten falling, getting up, winning, and then Bart Swings defending his championship. That's it for me. I'll be back tomorrow. We start a half an hour earlier so wherever you are in the world, just get up a little bit earlier. Until tomorrow, my name is Gavin Day. Goodbye.